Alright, back online. Man, what a pain in the ass that was. Hey, how's it going, Mario? Wow, so annoying if it's not gonna let me do that. I have to rerun net limiter. That's super annoying. If it makes me restart this, what a joke. Hey, how's it going, Skymark? Alright, here we go. Now we can actually run this. Let's get Unity back up. Get Filebase back up. Hey, what's going on, Vlad? Alright, so let's see. I love these live developing streams. Cool. Awesome, Sky. Alright, guys, so we're back to doing some file-based debugging here. Just going to open this up, make sure everything's good. Alright, so we just got this net limiter so that I can try and replicate some of these issues. And let's see. Hey, how's it going? Unnamed. I need to open up net limiter. And here we go, here's net limiter. All right, and what we need to do here is set a limit. Oh, sweet, look at that. I can do 50 kilobytes per second. That's awesome. Let's do that. And I think that's on my entire desktop as my download. So that should be perfect. So let's try this out. So I'm gonna open Filebase. And it definitely is slower. Look at that. Oh, that's cool. So I'm gonna actually close this real quickly. I'm gonna change the limit from 50 to like 25 for a good test. Megabytes per second. So I'm gonna do like 20. All right, and then I should be able to load up Filebase pretty quickly. All right, good deal, cool. All right, good deal. So this actually works well. So let's go ahead here. I'm gonna limit it to 1 megabyte per second. One MB. Oh, beast. Look at that. That's so cool. All right, good deal. So we definitely are able to replicate this doing this. That's good. So check this out. So we have a black texture. And you can see here that the text to text 2D text is null, as well as the product texture is null, product texture is null, product texture is null. So replaced with prefab certification option D and subway gate. So 3 items became null, We caught those 3 items here. So I'm going to add another log to understand exactly when we caught them and why it gets called 18 times. So here we have asset manager text to 2D, and it's null. I want to know what is null so often. Why is it null so many times, right? So here I want to know the name of the product. So we're going to say string product name. And maybe we actually should just pass in the product so I have all the traits of it. But for now, we're just going to get the product name. So asset manager text to text is null for product. And I want to see how many times this gets called. Product name. All right. And then here, it's going to give us some errors inside of Unity so that we can fix it. And let's see. Yeah, Alwyn, thank you for the recommendation on net. It works beautifully. All right, so here we go. So here, we need to pass in the product name. And you can see here it's upset. I actually don't know why it's erroring out there. It should not be. Give me a second here. So here, optional parameters must appear after all required parameters. Oh, my bad. Here, string product name is going to equal. Here, we're going to put. We have to put. Ah, damn! I have to change the order of this. I don't want to do that. That's annoying. I don't want to do that. But here, let me just find this guy. The declaration of where that's being used. So here, text to text 2D is being used here. And by default, bitmaps are false. And then here we can pass in the product name. So we're going to go ahead here and we're going to say, it looks like I can access marketing, the text, and then we get .id for whatever that product is. Let me make sure that's correct. Hold on. Text .id. All right, and then that gives us that product, I believe, and I should be able to get the name. Or redirect, I get the texture on it. .texture equals text to text. Okay, hold on. Text I. So what is marketing? Marketing is a list of advertisements inside of Asset Manager. Okay, so hold on. I do have to make this optional. Keep that like that. Let's go back to here. String product name is going to equal null by default. And we're going to fill it in where we need to. So here, here's the master list where we access all the textures. And for each text, we access the master list. And I say, hey, your texture equals text.textID. Then here, we have the product images. So this is what's, I believe, failing. Possibly, although it's probably the featured stuff, but we can do it here too. So let me see here. So products, and then here, let's do products, the current product, and .name of the product. Let's go down to here. Results, image text equals text, yada, yada, yada. This is for the individualized texts. Okay, let's try this. We might need to extend this out. I think I need to find where we do. Let me see, the profile picture is fine. Yeah, let's see what the product name is. See if it's related to that, what we just changed. Otherwise, I think I might need to adjust something else. Because this master list here is featured product list. Featured product list. Where does that come from? Here we go, that's coming from here. So okay, so featured product list does have a name as well. So let's get that name. So here it's going to be false, and then the product name for this guy is going to be the master list. We're going to access the texts, the current I. I should be able to get possibly the name. Dot ID. Hold on, text I dot parent ID. Text I. Get the parent ID. Dot textures. And then how do I actually, parent ID should be all I need. So master list text I dot parent ID and then dot, can I get the name? Good. All right, there we go. See what that returns to us. Hey, how's it going? Game difficulty. All right, so here we go. So net limiter is on. Let's go ahead here, reopen it back up. We're at 1 megabyte per second here. It's doing its thing. All right, successfully loaded that time. Let's try it again. Sweet. Dude, that thing is so awesome. Okay, check this out. So text is null for product latest assets. So that's the parent category here. So that's what that name is. And then here it's the individual one. So text is null for product 3D, which is this one here. Projects, extensions. So that parent ID is the individualized one. So I want to get the actual individualized asset. And then here we get into the individualized assets. So product subway ceiling and so forth. And these guys are getting called multiple times. So what's interesting here, okay, so check this out. So extensions got called 4 times. And if we look, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 nulls. If I go over, I don't know how many it actually got. I think only 4 of these blocks are actually null. Possibly, I don't know how many this actually shows. But it does look like maybe only, it's telling me that, hey, 4 of the extensions are null. So that means that we can get the individualized one. So that's the product name of extension. So that is telling us that where I just adjusted this is for the parent ID name. I want the actual image name, right? So master list, text, parent ID. Once I have the parent ID, what else can I get, right? So once we're inside the parent ID, I can get the list of products. So from that parent ID. So let's access the list of products. So parent ID. So parent ID dot products. And then which product do I want is the question. And I want the current textures one, I believe. How do I know which product ID I want? I believe it would be this, text I.id or something like that. So what is text? Text is how many tasks we have. So it would be basically I think. So here the current product, I'm just gonna say. And then get that current product's name. And let's see if that's accurate. All right, let's reload back up. Sweet, look at all these. All right, so fortunately that's a lot, but let's see here. Okay, so I want to see what's product texture is null for product. Okay, so this time none of the weird, none of the extensions actually got called. What the hell? Weird. None of the actual categories. Oh, you know, that's because I changed it, right? I did change it to products. So hold on here. I want to isolate that then. So let me make sure that we are receiving it from the master list. So here we're trying master list parent textures ID. I want to basically what we're trying to figure out here is which one of these is sending null information, right? Because right now we also have this happening. The product name. Where else do I do product name? We need to isolate where that happens. So we need to find every reference to this again. So in here, it's just null. I only want to test this one, right? So here I'm accessing the item that's null, and the product that's null. And then here, I'm also passing in the product's name. So I'm not going to do it here. I only want to focus on the front page ones. So here, this is an optional parameter. And then for this one as well, for this one, okay, let's try that again. So everything became null except for, let's see here. All right, so subway ceiling 01 is null, yet it's right there for latest assets. So not true, but latest assets can also be in 3D. So here, this is subway ceiling 01, that first one. So that is null. So we know which one is null. For some reason, all of them got null. That's interesting. And it's still being called. Okay, here, actually, hold on. That's different logs. These are the logs I want. Here, in sec. I want the logs that are just going to be called once. Let's rerun it. Okay, texture is null, but how many times does it get called? You can see here a ton, right? Somewhere there should be something there where it only happens like once, but it's not. That's annoying. Let's see, product texture is null for product subway gate 01. Product texture is null for product subway gate 01. That is this guy. Subway ceiling, or it's not, hold on, subway ceiling. Here we go, subway ceiling. It's happening over and over again though. And it's because it's from the draw button, so actually we never even got into anymore. We never even got into where we are trying to. So hold on, let me turn this off. We're actually not even getting our log that we need. So let's see here. Hey, look. Okay, so okay, weird. We're no longer getting any logs for these guys. So that means that we never even made it into, what the heck? We never even made it into this somehow? Why is that happening? Let me see, product name. Wow, that is super strange. We're no longer getting into the texture method anymore. Oh, hold on, here we go, hold on. There are warnings related to this, I think. The variable progress assigned with value is never used, yada yada, because the call is not awaited. Execution of the current method continues before the call is completed. Supreme will wait operator for the result. Weird. Filebase is acting super strange. Let's open up net limiter. I'm going to turn off the limiting. Just relaunch Filebase real quickly. Weird, I'm just getting null textures in general. What did I break? Weird. I have no clue what the hell just like broke on this. Let me see here. We're like no longer getting into this for some reason. Marketing texture is fine. Text equals the master list. Text parent ID I dot products dot name. Weird, so draw button is still null and it's trying to restart. But for some reason I'm not getting anything anymore on the text conversion. That is interesting. Let me remove this again. Let's say text to text 2D. And let's see, text 2D master list. Let's go rid of this. Okay, that is super strange. I'm not 100% sure what the hell that was. Now it seems to be working fine. And let's get it going again. Okay, back to normal for me. So I'm going to go ahead and throttle the network again. So now we're at 1 MB. We should still see some logs coming out here. I just need to know where these logs are coming from. Let's see here. So we're at 1 MB right now. Loaded fine. Try again. But of course it's gonna work perfectly, even with the shitnet. Alright, let's go. 1 MB. Okay, I'm gonna throttle it to half 500 kilobytes. Let's try that. I just realized, oh, sorry, okay, I'm only actually, I'm not throttling my output, which is good. That's why the stream quality hasn't changed. But for some reason, I can't get this to crash anymore. Let's see. Damn it. Weird. I don't know why these aren't breaking anymore. Let me change it to 100 kilobytes. Let's see. Well, at least we know the throttler's working. Come on, give me some broken textures. It's weird that those code changes permanently broke it, because all we were doing is adding a string field, but that was enough to break it for somehow. Very not sure what that was. I think 100 kilobytes might be too slow. Oh, there we go, we're at 100. Come on, block textures. And actually, I should get the stack trace of the log. So I'll actually be able to pinpoint which one sent the message. So we just need to get another black texture and we should be able to check out which one failed. Ah, that's annoying. All right, let's try this. I'm gonna put this back to 1 MB. It's too slow at kilobytes. Ah, damn it. It's so annoying. Hey, give me 1 sec, guys. Hold on, I have a phone call I have to take. All right, sorry about that, guys. So let's go ahead here and this is such a pain in the ass to debug, and now I can't get it to be consistent. This net limiter is not doing what it should be doing. Give me one sec. Hey, what's up, Beckman? Oh, what's up? Oh, never mind. Okay, so let's see. I'm not getting any failed textures anymore. Why the hell not? The next thing I want to do for Filebase, by the way, guys, is have an admin mode in here where I can push updates directly through this thing so I don't have to log into AWS. That might be the next thing I build. Let me see if I need this stupid texture thing fixed first. Well, see, throttling the network is no longer reliable. Let me do kilobytes. Let's do like 800 kilobytes per second. Okay, beast. Thank you very much. All right, check this out. So Asset Manager text to text 2D. The text is null for this product. So we know that it's null, but where it came from is what's important. And you'll see here that it came from this guy, line 515, right? And then from there, we called line 297, which is from the master list. So this guy is the culprit, all right? And then here we can see that it started on 121. That was the first thing that happened, where we got to the end of this successfully. So we successfully got the image. Like, it ran through that method. No errors reported, so it wasn't null, right? It was not null. Until this master list on 297. So this master list, it has null information. The texts on this texture are sometimes null, and we're not detecting that for some reason. So what we need to figure out here is, where do we populate this master list? So let's find out where we do that. And you'll see up here, for however many products we have, if the image count is greater than 0, we are actually adding a null texture. This could be the issue right here. I don't know why we're adding a null texture. And then after adding a null texture, we're not even swapping out that null texture. You see that? I'm wondering if this is the bug right here. Like, what happens if I don't add this null texture? Why are we adding that null texture? Yeah, no, it's not an exception. It's not an exception, but the issue lies in, we successfully completed the network call. We know that because no exceptions were called, no null checks were called. It is successfully getting the image, and then it's failing because we're passing to it a null texture from the master list. And actually, are we actually doing that? We're actually passing in a texture from this text list. And this text list here has a task of all the values, so all the images. And from there, we access the textures. So basically, hey, here's how many textures we have. But we also, so actually we're not really accessing the master list. I'm sorry, the master list is null right here, and I guess we're populating it. You can see here we're accessing the null texture that we've added, and we're saying it equals this method, and we pass in the proper texture. So text might not actually be null. That's the question. So in here, supposedly we have some null textures. I'm wondering if we can actually debug and look at all these textures. Let's try this. Let's attach that to Unity. Let's go back in here, and let's rethrottle and hope it crashes. Okay. Okay, so here we are. We're in this now get textures. And you can see here that the x value for the current iteration of x, is there anything populated yet? The value is ID equals 1, waiting for activation method. All right, so we have to hit F10. All right, so we hit F10. And you can see here that x is an image, I believe that's what this is. Or it's a get texture result array. So in here, the value, you can see, if we look at this, the raw view of this data should be an image, I believe. So here we have result, the null, and let's hit F10 again here. Let's get past this. So basically we're executing this. You can see here, every time I hit F10, the key is indexing, right? So we're going through every image here. So every image, we're basically saying, hey, the value ID equals 5. And here, I don't know what these statuses are. I don't know what the value actually is of this. Let's look inside of this. And what's the raw view look like? Static members, non-public members. It's actually just running this task of IDs, and it's not actually, I don't know if it's actually grabbing any value. Like, what does it actually grab it populating with? I don't see that. You can see here it's going through 7, 8, 9, 10. I think it goes, what, to 19 or something like that? Or actually 100, I think. So we're grabbing all the textures from the tasks. We're waiting for all of them to be done, actually. I think what's happening here. I think we're in the when all. So give me a sec. Let's get to it. I think there's like 100. All right, so now we're here. We're on number 7. There's 100 tasks. So there was 100. So there's 100 tasks. And we should be able to look at that master list or the tasks here, the text array. And we can. There's 100 things here. And let's see. So here, this one has a texture, and you can see the RGB stuff. So basically, we should be able to see inside of these if there was a null one, essentially. And we can see here that they successfully completed. It'd be nice to check this out. So I'm going to go ahead here. I want to continue the program. Let's see if we can get it to break while we're in that, because that would be super helpful. All right, here we go. It's grabbing all the textures, all the data. We're going to go ahead and continue. I'm going to move this breakpoint over to this iteration here so we can let it actually load those images, because that's where it becomes null. All right, so here, what's interesting too is the master list. Okay, hold on. Text.length is how many? We have 100. I is equal to 7, which is interesting. I don't know where it gets text.length from. Like, why is I 7 here? X is 15. I is 0. Okay, we're on this I believe. So I is 0 here. And let's see. If I hit F10, we're in the for loop. I want to go one iteration in. Okay, here we go. So now we're on 1. So I is 1. And if we look at this master list here, it's going to access the text I, which is 1, the parent ID. So that's the category. And then here it has products for the category. And you can see here the product that it has, the description. So this one here, subway ceiling 01. Does it actually show its image? Image texts. Check that out. The image text currently is null. Interesting, actually. Let me see here. Let's go through this. Filebase should be opening up soon. I'm just loving it here. Just hit and continue. All right, did not crash. Shoot, that's gonna be interesting. Okay, here's what I think we might be able to do. When this crashes, I would very much like to be able to read inside of that download products, not download product. I'd like to read inside that, not the master list, but the tasks list, the texts. This here. And actually, give me a second here. We set that to null. This is a local copy though, so that's not the problem. So when this happens, we go to 297, I think it was, line 297, 293. Okay, it was 291, I believe. Yeah, this. All right, I want to read all these tasks. You know, this is here when all is done, I want to read this guy. This is what I actually want, text. So task.when all the tasks dot select every value, every image, and then we store it into a get texture result text. And every texture result has an ID, a parent ID, and a texture associated with it. And then that's the texture that's actually getting like assigned. So what I kind of want to do here is just print out the data for each of these guys. Get texture results and the array that we're working with. So every time I want to get the full array. I'm trying to think the best way to do that. What's also interesting here is we're not getting an exception on any of this. Like, theoretically, it should throw an exception too, but it's not. Well, that's because we're not getting any out of bounds range or anything like that. So I guess that's correct. See, master list text parent ID. So for the parent ID, basically for latest assets or 3D, I'm going to go into the textures and I'm going to say, let's grab the first texture. And then for some reason it wants the ID of that guy. So it's going into the textures. Okay, that makes sense. So the first one, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then it's passing that in. So text to text, and you're going to equal the one that we have from our texts array here. And we're using I. The question here could be, is that index correct? Which it is, right? So I.text.length, it's going from 0 to 100. So somehow, though, that is just getting passed in as null. Trying to see the best way to do this. Let me see something. So let's say here that it's null, right? Text to text 2D. This gets called when. This method here is get featured products. Trying to see if I could build a queue of what's null. Let's see here. We access the tasks. And then from here, we create a new task. And then here we assign the featured products. Let's say that we do know information about that product. It's inside of text. We know what, not necessarily the product, but we know the image that we're trying to get. We know the ID of the task, essentially. Because what I would like to do is possibly just rerun the task again so that it's not going to be null. But we have to identify that which product it is and how to do that. We essentially have to possibly, I'm trying to make it to where I don't have to rerun this whole get featured products. I only want to get the one product. So let's see how we can do that. And here we have a master list of featured products and master list. And then what did it say for master list? I think it only said there was like 7, right? And I believe that's because there's 7 categories. So if we open this up. So if we look here, we should have 7. Latest assets, 3D, projects, extensions, VFX, 2D, and audio. All right, so we have 7. There's basically 7, it's a master list of 7. And then within that, there's individualized lists. So we have a list for latest assets, an individualized list for 3D, and so forth. So here, for however many categories we have, we create a new list and we add it. So we have 7 lists. From there, we're going to generate a new task. We're going to generate a list of tasks where basically every task an index with a get texture result. And once we have that tasks for int I equals 0, well, I is less than however many lists we have, which is 7. We're going to say, hey, the master list current 0, which is, I believe, all assets or latest assets. If the products.count is less than or equal to 0, we're going to remove I. So there's nothing to be seen in that one. All right, there's no products. Otherwise, we have here for int x equals 0. Here we have another loop. So hold on. So for int x equals 0, x. Okay, let's say here that this is not the case, right? So let's say here that the product count is greater than or equal to 0. Then we're here. So for x equals 0, well, x is less than the current one, latest assets.count, x plus plus. If the master list product images count is greater than 0, then we're going to add a null texture. I don't know why we have to do that still, but try task.add, and we're going to add a new task to grab that image. So the ID associated with it, so x is the ID, so image 0, and that's going to be associated with get image master list I products x images 0.source, and then we insert this entire list of same thing, and we specify the size. And we catch an exception, nothing happens, otherwise we remove the image. And we do that basically 7 times, however many we have, right? So I think it's like 100 times that it runs. Afterwards, we have a new task to store all of the tasks. So task.winAll tasks .select. So for all tasks, we basically say get texture result text equals await. When all, we wait for the task to be done. And once the tasks are done, we select x goes to the value. We select each image basically for it and populate this. So the question could be, did this task successfully finish? Could be something to consider. So a task equals, what if we were to await that task? Oh, you can't do, I'm sorry, task this is a static method, that's why. This actually automatically does it. It has an internal thing here. If I F12 that, it's just basically it's like think of it as just a method. So that won't work. So this is like if you're familiar with multi-threading or the job system, when I say like, I forget what it was, but it was something like job.completeAll is the equivalent of that. So here task.whenAll, and this is a method that's automatically whenAll. And then here we go through every tasks, and I select the value, which would be a texture result. So then here we await for that task to run, and we go inside of each task, and we select each image component here, and then we to array it. So I'm actually wondering if we don't even need to do that. I'm wondering if we could actually, this is task when we basically grab each task. Okay, so here we're actually grabbing each task, and then within each task we're grabbing the actual image component. So that's what's happening here. And then we have another for loop. So for int I equals 0, while I is less than however many tasks we grabbed, so 100, try. So in here, we are catching null. So let's do a test here for something. If the text that we're currently on is equal to null. So here, this is going to be a get texture result. And I want to know if the dot texture is equal to null. Then before we even do something, so before we try, we're going to just notify ourselves right now. We're going to go ahead and say here, asset manager, get featured products. So even before we pass it in, let's just detect that. And see if we can actually get, do we know which product it would be? I believe we do, right? Yeah, we do. It would be null for I. Yeah, let's just get this information. This might be where we need to reroute and re-download. Here, give me one sec. I realize the stream on this isn't the same, so give me one sec. Alrighty. Okay, nothing yet. Let's go in here and clear. We're still limiting at 800 kilobytes. Nothing yet. Let's like adjust it while it's going. That seemed to work last time. So 500 kilobytes. Nothing. Come on. Fail. I wonder if I can force a timeout exception. I wonder if that would help. 500 kilobytes. Come on. Here, one second, guys. Come on, break. To 850 kilobytes. Dude, what a pain. The limiter is on, it's not working. Let me see here real quickly. I'm just out of curiosity. Let's see, when I ask from other scripts, texture. I'm wondering if there's a, with the textures. Let me see something actually. These textures that we're creating. So like if I go to this text here, get texture result, and it holds a texture. Okay, I was curious to see if this was a reference type or a value type, because if it was a value type, there's a chance where the copy could have been null and we're sending a copy, but if we have a reference of this, we should be getting it. Let's look at this. I doubt it's possible to do this from JavaScript in the web page either, but hopefully someone can prove me wrong. The only way I can think of is refreshing the whole page, including the player, and that's not really an option. Ooh, you know what? Interesting, actually. Hold on. The disposable. What if this could be the issue? Oh, this is just for the request. I'm disposing of the request after we've already gotten the texture. So that wouldn't be it. Damn. Oh, interesting. Okay, we might be able to do that. But if I do that, then it throws away all the data. I'm positive. So that's a terrible way to test this. Does not stop the request on iOS, but I found a solution. Here's what I did. My loader. So what is he doing here? He's basically saying that he has a start timeout, and then he has a clear method. Okay, he just disposes of it. He's not, again, we don't want to dispose of it. We need the data. Let's see. Say 400 kilobytes. Gosh. Okay, here we go. Something is null. What is it? The fuck? Hold on. Get featured product sweeping through texture found null for I. The first one, text is null for product. And which one is this? I is 2. Looping through texture found null for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Weird, I think I accidentally reloaded this too many times and it fixed itself. Let's try that again. Nope. That's so annoying. Let's see, so here we had a new task. And then here we wait for all those tasks to be done. We grab each task. And then here we go into each one, grab the image. Trying to think this through. I think we might be able to actually, if we know for a fact that this is where it's happening, we might be able to just start the queue system of what failed and reprocess. That's what I'm thinking. So let me see here. We need to queue what failed. The problem though is, man, if it was null, what I don't understand is why it's not being detected when we actually run the task. That's what doesn't make any sense about this. Interesting. Dude, what a pain in the ass this is. I can't grasp how this is failing. Because it doesn't make sense. Regardless, there's 100 tasks that happen. And I believe every time there are 100 tasks that happen. If we go to... Textures, null for I. Let's see. What can we get about the text here actually? Let me see. Ask the manager to get feature product sweeping through texture found null for I. And this is within texts, which is part of all the tasks. So let me see here. What else we can get here? It's not really much. Every texture result is associated with an ID, a parent ID, and then a texture for it. Oh, God. I'm gonna lie, guys. I hate this. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, guys. This sucks. I don't understand how this texture is getting null. It should not be getting null. If it were to be getting null, it wouldn't happen here. It would happen inside of the network interface when we get an image. And then here we assign the texture result. texture equals the my texture here. If it's null, nothing's happening there. The biggest problem with this is that this isn't getting, like, nothing here is happening. I don't know why that is. Let's see. See here. Guys, I'm not gonna lie, I'm like thinking I need to, the problem is I can detect when it's null, which is fine. The problem though is how to queue up what is null, how to detect actually which one is null. I have the index, so I think we can do something with that and possibly try and just like reprocess it. The problem though is that it could potentially, I don't want to hold up the entire application for just that one texture. Let me see here. Wish we can get the And the throttling is no longer effective, it seems. I'm gonna put it back to 1 MB, 1,000 kilobytes. Hey, what's up, rookie? So let's see if I can get black. Give me a square. Nope. All right, so let's think this through. On the asset manager here, if we know that this is where it's happening, we're gonna queue so we can rerun it later. And we need to know information about the item. I need to know what product failed, because that way we can reprocess that product, right? We can reprocess everything on it, and everything should work. So let's see here. We might be able to do this asynchronously, possibly. Because we can tell it to await, and then it will try again. So looping through texture found null for I. We need to queue so we can rerun it later, and what product failed. That's really the most important thing. What product actually failed here? So if we look here, I can get the product that failed. So I can basically say through the parent ID, I have everything. So here, what product failed? we know that the failed product is equal to the master list, the text of the master lists, and we are on element I. I want to get the parent ID, so we basically know that, okay, latest assets failed, and then within the latest assets, which textures failed, right? So, and we know that, and we should actually know based on that. So let's see, which textures failed? And we can say, we know that text I was the failed. And then we can get maybe the ID. No, I need the product. So let me see. Master list, let's go to this again. So it's a featured product list. So in the featured product list, we have a list of products. That's what we need to access. So we know which products we were working with. So the failed product is equal to the master list, the parent ID that we're in, which category we failed in. From there, we can access the products that failed. And then here, one thing we want to do is I could reload all of the products for that category, but we don't want to do that. We want the individualized one. So now it needs to say, okay, products, and then which one of these actually failed is the question. So here we get the parent ID, and then I imagine the products and the textures all line up. So I should be able to say something like products, and then let's access, although now I don't, maybe actually, might be able to do this. We could say text I, actually no, hold on. I need to know which product we're populating. It's this ID, this guy. It should be this the product. Let me see here, that should actually return a product. Yes, so here we have the product. So master list, the category we're in, I go to products, the current image we're trying to grab, and then I grab the ID of that product. All right, and that's going to return to me a failed product. So we know which product failed. So here we say var failed product, and I can debug.log information about that product. So asset manager, get featured products, and here we're just going to say failed product. Let's grab failed product details. Let's go in here. We're going to say failed product dot name. All right, and then we just got to run this and confirm that that's the case when we get one that failed. We know we can measure, say, okay, yeah, that's the one that failed. From there, let's assume that it works. We have our failed product. We just want to rerun. We want to re-download that product. So here, we're just going to create a task to run for this. And let's see here. Where's the get image here? For which product we want. Let me see the best way to do this. Here we generate a task, we add a new task, and then we wait for the task to complete. We might be able to do that again. So here, retry task, and we might be able to do this right here even. Retry task. Let me see. The problem is going to be adding it back here. Because I'm going to have to reassign it into this master list. This is the problem, is that it's in the master list. I'm going to have to tell it, hey, we failed the task. Use this one instead. Shoot. Might require a bit more rewriting. Because here we can identify the product that failed, but I now need to access, I basically need to tell it to re-download into this index of the master list and the texts. And then here it knows which texture it's getting. I need to repopulate this guy, which I'm wondering if I can store a reference of its task maybe inside to each of them. Like each get texture result or something can hold a reference to its task that it would be able to run again potentially. Like we might be able to say public task, you know, it might have like a rerun task. And we could create a whole type of model around that. I'm just missing a namespace. So that might be a solution here, where every get texture result is responsible for maintaining its own task, that we could actually rerun an individualized product that failed. And actually, if we, you know, we can identify, hey, it's null, that's fine, access that null object and rerun its task, and hopefully it maintained a proper reference. So that may be a way to do this. Let's see here. If we were to do something like that, we would have to assign it when we create this object. So we create this object from the network interface. When we get an image, we create that object. Here's where we create the object. In the task, you'll see here that I can say rerun is equal to something. I can equal it to a task. And you can see here that we could say something like await get image with my current data, whatever my things are, I believe. If it would let me do this, I'm not sure it will. Cannot implicitly convert type game dev HTML file based data texture result to threading tasks. Task. How do I assign a reference to a task? Oh, it's a task of type get texture result. So if we go back to our task get texture result, we have a task of type this. Can I type that? And then inside of our asset manager, network interface. Yeah, I don't know why that's not working. Let me see. Get texture result R. And actually, maybe that's all we need. Get texture result R. And let me see. Get texture result. I have a task of get texture result. And then I got to assign the task. Rerun equals await. So here it's looking for a task of get texture result, await, get image. Let me see, where else do we call this? Maybe I could do it like this. I want to hold a task. Rerun network interface, get image is going to return usage, get texture results x equals await get image. Rerun equals await network get image. Let's fit the errors there. So cannot implicitly convert type game.hu Filebase get texture result to a task of get texture result. So actually, no, hold on. What if rerun was actually just a get texture result, and then that was assigned to a task? Is that what it needs to be? Okay, there we go. So rerun, which is get texture result, await equals basically await network interface get image, and we rerun it. So if it fails, let's see here if everything is broken. Throttling right now. I think this maybe broke something. Give me a sec. I'm turning off the throttling because I want to see if we can load. And it can't. All right, so that definitely broke this. Most likely because I'm assigning an await method does not like that. Because I believe it could be permanently awaiting for this. It could be in a loop. Something is just off with it. Ideally, I'd like to hold it a task for it. Let's get rid of that. I believe it does need to be in a task format. Hold on, let me go back to Asset Manager. See if we can get a black box, see if we can at least confirm the product. Let's see. Actually, curious. Oh, okay, I thought it was violation for a sec. wondering we may be able to actually do let me see here. If we were to type await network interface let's see, get texture result, texture result. Then here the URL parent ID. So I wonder if we did it this way, where texture result and then it needs a string URL. Texture results. What else does it take? A parent ID, an ID, and a texture. Or let me see here. A URL, a parent ID, and an ID. Take these guys. Do that. So we return await network interface and we say get image. And the ID. And what does that actually return? The await operator can only be used within an async method. Consider making this method with the async modifier. Oh, okay, hold on actually. Be able to do this. We get the results. Okay, I see. Here, is that correct? Is this an async method? Okay, it is. And this is going to return a texture result. Get texture results, and let me see here. So public static async get texture result. The return type of an async method must be void task or task of t. So we can do whatever this one is, task of type texture. Actually, we can do, we want what the network interface is. Get texture result. All right, so public static async task texture result. The result equals await network interface, and then here we can return whatever this is. This is going to be a get texture result. So here we can actually say, for example, if I don't do any return, it should error out on me. Okay, it's looking for a get texture result. So I should be able to access this. I could say, for example, technically get texture result. This would equal result. Can I reassign this? I can't. I'm not going to be able to access this information, I don't think either, because it's static. Shoot, this might not work. I don't even think I could access texture. I can't, because it's not static. Let me see. I think I would have to create a whole new object of this. I'm almost positive I would have to. Here, we can basically say return. Well, that should be okay, actually. We can return the new object that's created. So if we do a network interface here, we're basically just going to do, hey, return new this. But this doesn't really still solve our problem with the master list. But dude, what's up, Alex Moreno? Hey, Alex. Good question for you, maybe. For some reason, textures are appearing null. Guys, for those who don't know, Alex is like a beast software engineer. He works for like, I think he's done some stuff for Amazon, AWS, and he's a really good software engineer. Alex, so hey, so there's a problem on Filebase where occasionally textures will show black squares. So you download them and they're showing black squares because the texture is null. The problem though is where we get those textures or how we get those textures is not null. And give me a second here, it's going to equal a result. Okay, so the problem though is how we get those textures. So for example, you see how all these images load? I would love to be able to show you a black box. So sometimes there's a black texture here, and what we're trying to figure out is where that's coming from. So I have a few logs in here where we know that it's null. So for example, we're detecting that here that there is a null texture, which comes from all these different tasks. So if we say here that we have, we're basically creating a list of tasks, and what we're doing is we're fetching a texture. All right, and the way we do that is through the use of this getImage method. Now this getImage method is working. You can see here we pull the texture, and we are checking if the texture is null. When we get a black box, this is not getting triggered. Like the texture is not null, but we still get a black box. From there, we simply return those texture results. From there, once you get that texture result back, then we're here and we collect all the images. So here we run a task that's going to go through every task and grab each task. Then from here, we're going to go ahead and run a task that's going to actually grab each image. So here it grabs in each task, it selects the value component, which is that get texture result. And we build an array of textures. And for some reason, that array of textures is containing null textures. And it's like 1 or 2. It might be 7, it might be 8, or all of them might be null. But the problem is that it's passing the network interface here. And I don't know how these textures are becoming null. It makes no sense how these textures are becoming null. Huge pain in the ass. So what we're trying to figure out here is how can I reroute it? If I can detect that it's null, I basically want to say, okay, let's rerun that task to have that texture not be null. So I know what product failed. I have that failed product here. And I'm trying to think, can I have that failed product rerun itself? You know, I need to download the texture results, but I'd rather just figure out why the hell it's going null in the first place. But regardless, for something in these tasks are null, or the image in those are null. And I can't figure it out. Sam assumes it has something to do with this method here called text-to-text 2D, which is true. That's how we found out where the null was coming from. So the null, this method here is just taking the textures, converting it to texture 2Ds. Yes, we are sure that it's null when you get a black screen. So we've confirmed when a black screen appears that this gets printed out. The text is null for a product, and it's returning a null texture. So this is never actually operating, and this log does get printed out, as well as what product gets printed out when it occurs. So it's consistent on what product and what is getting blacked out. So somehow, it thinks it successfully got a texture, but when we try to convert the texture to a 2D texture, it's null. But even before we do that, we can detect that it's null when iterating through all the images it claims it collected. And it collected all the images from this network interface task here. So it successfully grabbed a texture. We never make it into this texture equals null here. So, and then we simply generate that object. So here, return get texture result, and we build an array of this. And then that's what we're iterating through. And we're finding out that, hey, the texture value in this is null for some reason. So I'm also curious, maybe adding like even another null check of the texture before we dispose of it, maybe. Is it downloading from S3? Yes, it would be. Yeah, so it's downloading the texture from S3. It's running a task. It waits till it's done. We check for any errors, and then we extract the texture. And where is it stored locally? It's not stored locally. So it gets returned into, we return this object. Yeah. Everything's done within Filebase here. So, and then this return object goes back to here in the asset manager. So the asset manager is containing a list of tasks. And for every product we have to download, I generate a task of get texture result. And then the index of that item. So for example, index 0, product 1. And then here we do a get image and we download that image. So it runs that tasks. And then here we initialize the array that we're going to populate. And then here when I populate the array. And this is actually not the one that we're doing, this is a different one, but 290, same thing up here at 291. So here is a task to go through all the tasks that we just did. We're going through each product, downloading the image. We're building a task array. And then I'm going to go through each task and grab out the image component, which is the get texture result. And then now I'm going to go through all of the get texture results. And I'm going to say, hey, if the texture is null, I want to re-download that one. And now that I think about it, actually, I wonder if I could just do, can I just do something like i.texture? Can I just do like an await on this? Let me see, network interface dot get image. And we know what product it is. Let me see here. Failed product dot URL. I don't know where we get that failed product URL from. Hold on. Texture is equals await, network interface, get image, failed product. I want to go into product. I don't know what it's actually using for the URL. Where does it get the URL from? It gets it from the result I images 0.source. Result I images 0.source. So here we should be able to say something like failed product dot images sub 0 dot source. And then the parent ID of whatever this is, failed product. I don't know what those would actually be. Hold on, what is it? Source. Okay, 0 and then I. So that gets populated. I don't know what this one would be. That's unfortunate. I don't know if each product actually has its category. It does. It has its list of categories. Ah, such a pain in the ass. It could be that it's getting the image, but it doesn't recognize it as a texture. So the problem with that, right, is why would that only affect some of them, like 1 or 2? Right? Like maybe that could be the case though. But it only affects like 2 or 3 at a time, which is interesting. Let's see, I'm gonna delete this. Yeah, it's a real pain in the ass to replicate. Let me see. Let's see if we can try this. No, we're downloading like 19. Yeah, we're downloading 20. I mean, it's asynchronously though, right? So it's doing all tasks. It's downloading all 20 while it loads. So here, let me re-enable this limiter here. Let's do like put it to 1. Let's put it to 800 kilobytes. Yeah, so it downloads 20 images, and it's actually downloading, might be downloading about 100 for the front page. It's downloading 100 images for the front page. And we can visualize the tasks as they run if I were to hook this back up to our log here. So like, let me hook it up to the debugger. And you'll see that, let's see where we want to put this. Here's where we go through all the text results, right? So it's going to run through that task. So let's go ahead and stop it right here. Attach to Unity. And let's go ahead and reclose it, open back up. Okay, so here we go. So right now Filebase is loading, it's frozen here. You can see here if we look at the get texture results, this array of text, there's 100 tasks in here. Each of these tasks have a texture, and you can see that none of them are null right now. Texture has a Unity 2D texture in there. It doesn't look like anything is gonna null out on this run. Let me F10 through this. Yeah, so nothing's nulling out yet. We'll just keep holding F10, see if we can get it. And yeah, it looks like all 100 successfully loaded. 46, 48, 52, 69, 83. So once it gets to 100, it should load Filebase, and we should see everything's good. But we can see here that the tasks that it ran, that's currently running, all the tasks, there's 100 tasks. Every one of these tasks ran a get image thing. And status ran to completion, result, equaled a get texture result. And within that, we can see here that it probably has an image, if I could find it. Here you go. Here's the texture. And it does, has a texture in there. And if we drop that down, we can get the encoding for the texture. So, problem though is sometimes one of these tasks is null, but it's not reporting null. We have null checks in there, but it's not reporting it. Unfortunately, I can't get this thing to, it doesn't always do it. It's a real pain in the ass. So when it has a black screen, that image I guess failed to download, or well, it successfully downloaded, but it displays as if it was null. Let's see. Let's say image 5 is successful this time, but it's null next time, then successful the next 10 runs, then it's image 7 next that nulls out. Yeah, exactly. It's totally random which one nulls out. Yep, totally random. It's not. It's never the. It doesn't. It's not necessarily the same assets. I've had it to where it's like 2 assets. I've had it to where it's 7 assets. I've had it to where it's all 19 assets. We're going to show what the API calls. I don't know. Problem is it's obviously, it's not consistent. The API call is seeing that it actually got texture back, which is interesting. If there was a problem with an API call, I imagine the texture result would be null before we add it to an array. Because we're checking to see if what we downloaded has a texture. And somehow at that point in time, it is breaking. Yeah, there could be some threading issues going on. Let's see if I can get a black square. See if we can break it. Oh, no, so it wouldn't be, so it wouldn't be a threading issue like that. We use, what is it? We have a method here that waits for everything to finish. So if we look at 297 here, we wait for all tasks to complete, right here. So await task when all. And it's going through these tasks. So it should be waiting for these tasks to complete. So task equals task.winAll, task.selects, and then we grab the x value. And that x value here is the actual task itself. So we have a task to go through and grab the get image task. And then once we go through that, we go through the task, each one, and we grab the actual get texture result. So in this one here, and this one's also getting get texture result. I think this one's just to grab all the tasks, and then one's to populate the array. But regardless, when all should be a completion method where they all have to complete. I assume that's how that works. Yeah, it should complete all tasks. Creates a task that will complete when all of the supplied tasks have completed. So it doesn't continue until they all complete. So all the tasks completed, there's no null textures reported. And then finally, looping through these textures, it discovers that there's a null texture, which is annoying. Doesn't make sense. Let's see. I don't know. I might need to. I gotta think about how I can rewrite this to try and reload, because I can detect the failed products. The problem, though, is inserting that back into this list properly. That's the nightmare part. I don't want to do that. Damn. So here we have a bunch of tasks. Damn. Okay, we actually return this master list to array. Who does that get returned to? I think I get returned back to Filebase. Yeah, okay. We do that here. Featured products await, and then Filebase opens. And we have an array of featured products. So and then let's see here, when we go to draw button or draw window, let's draw a window. Let's see, async point, draw button. And then here we know product that is null. Keep that. Let me see. Dude, this bug is driving me nuts. It's such a pain in the ass. It should not be null. I'm not sure how it is becoming null. Unfortunately, I can't. The throttler is not doing its job. Alright, come on, load. Nah, doubtful it's an API issue. It's too inconsistent with which textures. It could be a threading issue, but unlikely as well when we have when all. Let's see. Alright, timed out on us. So hold on, 56 kilobytes is too slow. Alright, let's see here. Okay, actually that would have given us black boxes. Just because it took so long. But you can see here, errored on get image. Receive no data, receive no data. And where is that log actually? Errored on get image. Let's see, I think it's this. Is HTTP request error, request download handler was null. Yeah, receive no data in response. So that's the request error. So the download handler was probably null. Let me make sure, let's see. Networked interface, error on get image. This one we have, yeah, no image found. Yep, these were just timeout errors. Let's try that again. Come on, load. So one of the things we are doing with Filebase here is if I can fix this this damn bug, we are adding we're adding a music library API to Filebase. I need this to work properly. Alright, nothing enough. Let's see. Damn, not getting any luck with that. Change back to megabytes. Damn, can't believe none of these are dying. Change this. Oh, let's try 250. Gosh, everything is loading too fast. I don't know. I hate this bug. I don't know what we can do about this. I don't want to rerun the whole list. I need to be able to separate it out. Let me see. Get image. Let's say if we know which task failed, we might be able to rerun that same task potentially. When we get featured products, we build a master list of everything. And where do we add the tasks? Here we go. So these are our image tasks. So technically, I believe this tasks array should map directly to the text array. So I is whatever that current task is. So what if we were to, can you rerun a task individually? Let's see here. Let's go to tasks. I can rerun a task. Let's see. Task rerun is going to equal that task. How do I access that array of tasks? I can't access that. Weirdly, let's say we have a two array operation here, but it's not actually doing anything. And actually, I don't actually know if we're actually using this anywhere. I don't believe so. What happens if I comment that out? Did we actually break anything? That might not be, I don't think it's being used. Because when all tasks are done, then we do that. Like, let me save this. I'm pretty sure that was never even being used. Let's open up Filebase. No errors. So that was never being used. So that makes it a little bit cleaner. Successfully loads. All right, and then let me see. So text equals await all the tasks. So I should be able to still access that same task. So var task to run equals task to run equals tasks. And the key I want would be, although it's not really the key, is it? Well, it might be. It might be I, the current one we're on. And then I should be able to possibly rerun that. And get the value. So that's going to get that task right there. And then can I just say task? And that should return a task. Let's see. Okay, that's an awaitable task. So then here, I should be able to do something like can I just await task to return? Or rerun that one, possibly? And then that would technically, would that repopulate this text I here? Like I say, hey, let's wait for that task to rerun. And let's get the data from that, right? So here we're going to say so the result of that task is going to store my texture. So here I'm going to go ahead and say text I dot texture is now equal to the result texture that we got. That would be actually reprocessing this, and it would reprocess the same task that failed, ideally, assuming that I is the same as the task, which I believe it is, because we got 100 of them, right? 100 texts. So if we rerun I, the results, and then the task, and then we can do another null check in here. But at least we would know. And let's go ahead here, failed product name, and then let's just add a log in here as well. Running failed task again. All right, and afterwards, let's get the value of the texture. So if the texture is null, we'll go ahead and say here, text sub I dot texture equals null. Else we'll do false. All right, just ternary operator. So here, plus, so textures equals null. If it does, we're going to pass in true, otherwise false. So result of task text is null. Texture is null. Alrighty. Now I just need to black square on us to see if that works. Which of course it's not gonna ever want to do. But luckily I did, let me see, those are logs. I could put out a build and you guys can help me test this. Anyone who gets it should see the logs. And we should see if it works. But I need a black square. Let's see if this thing actually is working the way it says it is. Is it really throttling my download speed to 800 kilobytes? Huh. Maybe it's trying. Doesn't really. Right now I have it set to 800. Pain in the ass. You know, now that I think about it, the thing that we just added, it's very possible that we'll get the logs and we'll see if this worked or not. You know, because it will rerun that task and swap out the current image and then try to do the same thing. So if it needs to rerun the task, it will, and we'll see the result here, and we'll still get some logs, but we won't see any black squares. So if this works, there will be no black squares, but we'll see some logs. So that means that one of them failed, re-downloaded, and then this bug is finished. I just need to now get it to fail. Come on. Oh my gosh, guys, so painful. Let's see. Is it thinking the black thing is the texture? No. No. The way we have it is, you see there's like a shadow on these guys? That black texture gets drawn first, and then the image texture of the product gets drawn. We do that so that it kind of looks like these things are hovering a bit. They're floating. So, no, I can never do that. Oh, I need it to break. It doesn't want to break. All right. I'm going to make a build. I'm going to make a build, and we can all open these and see if we can get some black textures. Al is very good at getting these textures. I should see if he can hop on here. Test this out. Alright, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to package this up for a build. And all these logs are in here, so we should be able to identify if it's working. If it works, what's going to happen is you're going to get this log, and you're not going to see any black textures. And let's just make sure this is the case. So here, we basically gather all of the textures from the tasks. And once I gather each texture, we loop through. And for however many tasks there are, that should be the same amount of how many textures. And we can confirm that real quickly. So I'm going to attach this to Unity. Let's just get right here. However many tasks we have should be the same for how many textures we have. So let's go ahead here. We're in Unity mode. Alrighty, here we go. So if we look here, the texture result was 100. How many tasks were ran? If we look here at the tasks, task.add, how many tasks were added? We have 100. So 100 tasks and 100 tasks. So the I represents the current one. So here, if we have a null texture, I'm identifying the failed product. This may or may not be accurate. I don't know yet. But then here, I am rerunning that same task though. I'm grabbing the task that failed, and I'm running it again. I'm saying, hey, await task. I don't think I have to type .run or start. I think it just does that. .run synchronously. I might need to say start. I don't believe I do though. I think it automatically does that because I'm waiting for that task to complete. So wait a task to run. If we look at how it's done with the network manager here on this guy, yeah, we just write await and then the task. So it automatically runs. All right, so let me go ahead here. We're gonna make a build of this. You guys can test this out for me. Yeah, you can see what assets Filebase has. There's 5,000 assets. Go download it. Filebase.gamedevhq.com, and you can browse the store. Let's see, is it thinking the black thing is a texture? No. So let's make a new build of this. Alrighty. We're gonna make this version 4.06, and we'll build this. Alright, build succeeded. I'm gonna stop throttling here. My net, let's close that down. Now that we've done that, I can go to here, scripts. I'm gonna delete the scripts out of here. Let's go into the DOL, the bins, got a release build, and 1221, that's today, 231, good. All right, and here's our Filebase plugin. Delete the download so that doesn't destroy your downloads. And sprites, fonts, sprites, all that looks good. Cool. And delete the challenges. All right, we'll export this package. And we should be good to go. This is 4.0.6. 0.0.6. All right, and then everyone will get an auto update to their Filebase in just a moment here. Just pushing it to the cloud. Give it a sec. Just tell you when I'm done. We gotta modify the version number on our server. So let me put. All right, let me upload this. So 4.0.6 is up here. And we upload that. Set the permissions to public for this. All right, that's public, and then I just gotta modify the version text. So 4.0.6. Alrighty. All right, version.text. All right, good deal. So if everyone opens Filebase right now, it should prompt you to update. And if you run this, it would be super helpful for me. Open Filebase, hit the tilde key, or go to the top, Filebase open, and it should automatically update to 4.0.6. And if you get any console messages here, like I did, obviously it's not fixed, because check this out. So, but it did run the failed task again, and the texture was not null, which is interesting. So look at that. That's interesting. Get featured products, looping through texture, found null for product 0. Product 0 is subway ceiling 1, which is this. Subway ceiling 1, so that's correct. It ran the failed task again, and it reported false. So that is interesting. It ran the failed task and reported false. And if we look at the network interface here, or actually this was on the asset manager, it reported false, which means the texture is null. The texture was not null. So here, texture is null. It's not null. It was null, and then it wasn't, but it still gave me a black box. So why did it do that? That's interesting. And then here, it gets sent to the text 2D, and it says it's null. And then here again, it found some more nulls, looping through failed product details for subway handrails 01. Looping through handrails, but it didn't rerun the task for anything else, did it? Oh, okay, hold on, wait. Failed product details. Okay, hold on, so actually it did. Let me see here. So let's go through this right here. I'm gonna close this because I want to stop doing what it's doing. Okay, so running failed task again. And we got 37 falses. Okay, so it reran the task 37 times and it successfully did that 37 times. And we can see here that the false messages were only occurred 37 times. So that is interesting. That doesn't make any sense. And if we look here, it probably did it per product. So I can see here that it found a null, subway ceiling failed, run the task, false, its text is null. So it successfully downloaded it. Here, found null was null 2, subway gate was wrong, ran the failed task again. Once again, it was successful. So what the F is going on? Ah, that's so annoying. Damn. Alex, what do you think? Look at that. It reran the task. It's successful. Roki, everything is high quality and consistent. The textures are just low res so that they can, what's it called? The Filebase textures are lower res so that we can load them quickly. Let's see, mine is hit or miss. First time ran perfect, next 2 was black textures, next 2 were fine, then black textures again, yeah. It's failing to display, but it's successfully rerunning the task, and it's successfully, what is it called? It is successfully, damn, it is successfully, what's it called? It successfully replaced the image. That makes no sense. The image was initially identified as null, and the image is no longer null. It was no longer null. So what the heck? Because here, I'm passing it in text, texture. I'm passing in the same thing that was not null. That makes no sense. Why? It's null as soon as it hits here. Does that have something to do with these bitmaps? I don't know. That is so annoying. That is beyond annoying. Oh my god. Ah, that's so annoying. It's null as soon as it gets tossed in here. If I go back to 297, it literally detected that texture was null, and I recheck the texture again right here, and it's not null. It is not null. And then it gets passed in right here, the same texture that was just determined to not be null is null. What? How is that possible? I don't understand. God damn it. Ah, that's super frustrating. This makes no sense at all. Let me see something here. Let me delete that plugin real quickly. Let me get the source code back in here. No, that is not threading. That is definitely not threading. The threading shown that it worked. The threading reported back that it ran successfully. The second null check ran successfully. Some bullshit. Dude. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. No fucking sense. Oh my gosh. Let me see. Let's see what happens here. Let's reopen that. It's all fine and dandy. Here, I want to, well, it doesn't help us unless I get into, maybe we can do that. Here, let me, let's do this. Let's go into Asset Manager. Okay, let me see here. I want to find that receives product datas. $297. Okay, so here we go. Let's go in. If a texture is null, we know we get in here. So let's just do that. Let's step through when it gets null and we can follow this. So let's hope I get a crash running this. So I need a black texture. And we can have a breakpoint in here. Hey, okay guys, hold on, this is good. Check this out, we got lucky. A texture is null, and we got it on a breakpoint. Okay, so a texture is null. Which one is null? If we look here, the first one, which is 0, is null. And, well, actually, I think it's being evaluated right now. So I think I need to hit F10 first. Ah, false positive. I needed it to evaluate first. Let's give it a second. Let me put the breakpoint here. Let's see. Attach to Unity. And we'll rerun this. Of course I'm not going to be able to get a black square now. So annoying. That makes no sense. No worries. Tries are polygons. It's how detailed a model is, or how performant is that model. Like for example, if you have a million tries, good luck putting that on mobile. But you can keep the same quality, just lower the tries. So like all the Filebase assets are between maybe a few hundred to several thousand triangles, so that everything is kind of mobile, VR, and even console ready. Let me see, why is this not working? This hurts. I don't understand. Al, are you able to, Al, if you're watching still, are you able to get successful black squares? I might give you a dev build here that lets you get the breakpoints. Because it makes no sense. I would very much like to get this breakpoint while I would like to have this work while I have the breakpoints running. Of course it doesn't want to. Oh my god, we got it. Finally. Okay, check this out, guys. Yes. Okay, so which texture here is null? If we look, I is equal to 7. And let's see. Okay, let's see here. Asset manager get featured project looping through for I is about to get called. And here, I want to see what it believes this I to be. If I hit F10. Okay. So here, plus I, what does it think that I is? I don't know which I we're working on here. I think it's 2. It thinks I is 2, which is the second product. If I go into text here, we can see that it's 2, so 0, 1, 2, the third product. And yes, the texture is null. How is that possible? That makes no sense. That means that inside of this task list here, inside of all the tasks, inside of this result, 0, 1, 2, it's also null, which means that the master list of tasks here is null. So here, we're going through all tasks. Number 2 is showing the value, no exception was thrown. The status was ran to completion. The raw view of this data isn't going to be helpful. So it successfully completed the task, but that task is actually null. And we can see that here. When we look into the text array, number 2 was null, but if we look at number 1, it has a texture. How does that make any sense? Oh my god. Okay, so check this out. So this is going to, so this texture, right, is obviously null. So here we are currently on texture 2, and it's null. And we're going to step through this, and it's no longer going to be null. All the threads are done. It can't even get to here until it finished. So it's awaiting task.winAll. Make sure that all tasks are completed before anything happens. So I can't imagine I can't imagine that it's getting out of sync like that. That sounds really unrealistic to me. I don't know how it would get out of sync, like the values. It runs asynchronously where it waits for all of them to complete. So here, let's run through this. All right, so here we are, which product failed? And we can see here that the failed product is categories count 4, and you can see here the image texts are null. And the ID, the images, let me see here. What else do we have? Where's the name of this guy? Okay, the name, Subway Gate 01. All right. So now here we're going to rerun this task. All right, we just reran the task. So it knows which task we're going to rerun. If I look into this, it's going to run task ID 1, which is interesting. And what is the value here? Okay, no, it's ID 2 on the value. That's good. So ID 2 on the value. So it's going to rerun it. And then here it's going to get the result back. So it just got the result back. So inside of that result is a null texture. How is that possible? Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, okay, weird. The result is a null texture. This ran to completion. No exceptions were thrown. Ran to completion, no exceptions. And then here, it's about to equal another null texture. But then here, is it no longer null? Okay, that makes no sense. Look at this. So then it runs here. All right, it just ran this debug.log statement. And this texture is no longer null. It is no longer null. It is literally no longer null. That is the part that makes no sense. So it says that when it reran my result texture here, and I'm not sure what all the X's are here, has been destroyed, but you're still trying to access it. Oh shit, hold on, look at this. Something is destroying. The object of texture has been destroyed, but you're still trying to access it. Interesting. I think the dispose method might be getting called. What are you referring to, Alex? I think the dispose method maybe got called before we extracted the texture somehow. Because this is showing this result texture as quote null versus this says Unity. I think they're all quote null, like here. And now this is populated. Like what? That is populated as a texture to, what the fuck? Look at the async state. What are you referring to on here? Yeah, this, weird. I think the dispose method is somehow getting called before we actually extracted it, which makes no sense. Weird. What? Your script should either check if it's null or destroyed. And here, oh my god, look at this. Hold on. Wait a minute, this result, okay, yeah, so the result texture is null. Look at the base of what null means. What is the base of null? The texture 2D has been destroyed, but you're still trying to access it. Oh my gosh, I think I know what's causing this. Hold on. Where is the network interface? Okay, check this out. We destroyed this texture before it was finished because here I'm accessing the request, right? I'm assigning it to a variable, and then here I destroyed it. it could be that this is happening too quickly. It's not fully mapping somehow that texture. And I destroyed it, and I'm then creating the object. I'm going to create the object before I destroy it. So I'm going to stop the console here, and I'm going to create the object before destroying it. So here we're going to say var texture result equals a new get texture result. And then here we can do all this fun stuff, right? Through the constructor. So here, a texture result is already created with the information above. And then we're going to dispose of the request. Then we're going to return the texture result. Because now we've already created the object, a new object that's irrelevant to this data, a new object with the texture. I dispose of the request. I've already cloned the data, and now I'm returning that texture result. So let's see here. Let's go ahead and run this. And I'm going to re-add another breakpoint. I just want to confirm if I can get lucky to get back into that null category. Although now there's a good chance that it will never be null. And if that's the case, I might need I'm going to need some help testing it. Because Al, are you still watching? Because you get black boxes consistently. This would confirm. Let's see here. I want to, inside of the asset manager here, if we get 297, if we get null here, so we're going to keep this breakpoint in. So I'm going to attach it to Unity, add the breakpoint here if that texture gets null. So let's see here. Because now we're no longer disposing of the data. We've already cloned the data, and it's never being disposed. Or it's being disposed, you know, but it's not taking away our clone data. So let's see here. And actually, something we can do too to automatically dispose it is we should put the web request into a using statement. Then I don't have to actually worry about it. But let's see here if I can get back in here. All right, Al gets it pretty frequently, so I'm going to go ahead and make a new build here. And actually, it looks like we maybe just got back into it, unfortunately. Let's see. So if I look here, it is null, and it's still being destroyed. So that's annoying. You can see here the whole object of the texture is being destroyed. The object of type texture2D has been destroyed, but you are still trying to access it. Your script should either check if it is null, or you should not destroy the object. Dude. This request dispose is causing a problem. Can I... It's this Unity web request. Damn. Let me see something here. We might need to refactor this. I don't want to dispose of the request. Let's put ourselves in a using statement here. So Unity web request equals unity.getTexture URL. So we're going to try a using statement here. It's automatically going to dispose this for us. We don't need that. And then here we can return the texture result. And I believe I should be able to do this within the using statement, because now I'm done with it. Otherwise, we're going to catch the exception. So try using a web request, request.send web request. We wait for it to return. And then request yada yada, the texture from the request. And I'm wondering if I should maybe be changing this to a Unity web request texture. Okay, it already is a get texture URL. So and then here the download handler .texture gets assigned. And then here we assign the texture to my texture. And then we return the texture result. So in that way it disposes it for us early in case we are doing it too soon. Okay, let's try that again. Attach to Unity. So if that works correctly, there should never be a black square. So if I get lucky here, I might need to do another build so that Al can test this out. And I think we'll do that. Okay, yeah, here. I'm going to make a new build for Al. So that's that. If I go to Asset Manager, core scripts, all right, let's make a new build here. Alrighty, let's see here. Make a new build. Yeah, I think the next thing I'm doing is I'm automating this process so that I don't have to go to AWS every time. It's such a pain in the ass. I built already a tool for Al to be able to do it, so I'm going to do that next so that when we do these type of iterations, I don't have to. Okay. Filebase, there we go. Gainer issue Filebase plugin. I'm actually, I already updated it to 4.0.7. I could have just replaced it with 4.0.6, but that's okay. Dude, I hate the new UI of AWS. It's complete shit. All right, I'm uploading 4.0.7. All right, that's uploaded. Just gotta change the version number. All right, versions uploaded. Okay, Al, go ahead. Everyone should be able to just upload. Everyone should be able to just reload Filebase and it should ask for your update. Is the December intensive full? Signed up, I haven't heard back. Xtopolis, send me an email, john@gamedevhq.com if you haven't heard back. We do have a waiting list. But we're conducting interviews. Possibly, what are we at right here? We have a couple changes that are going on with it, so we're conducting interviews possibly next week for it. But depending on the changes, we'll be depending on what we do for the new year, if we decide to run this how we want to, we'll be refunding all application fees. But we do have a waiting list. Just send me an email. All right, so let's see here. All right, Al, are you still on? Go ahead and, let's see. Al, are you still on? I got black boxes. Damn it. Are you getting those messages in the console? Oh, that is annoying. Yeah. Yeah, this, shoot. Damn it. All right. Al, do you want to, oh my god, it's such a pain in the ass. Let's see. You want to you seem to get the blog posts all the time. You want to screen share and let me work on yours so I can get the, I want to debug what's going on. 50-50. I don't know why this is such a pain in the ass. It's something getting it says we're destroying that object. That makes no sense. It's a reference type object that is disposing of the request. It's a new object. We're not destroying anything. Textured 2D being destroyed. In the ass this is. Such a pain in the ass. Let me see something. How I'm giving you a call on Slack. See if you can hear me. Hey, how's it going now?
Good, what's up, E?
Hey, mind if I debug something on you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Alright, here, I'm gonna have you, go ahead and share your screen for me.
Sure.
Okay. So Al is getting all the good stuff. Alright, okay, give me a second. I'm actually gonna give you a file on Skype. I want you to unzip.
Okay.
It's the source code for Filebase. Give me a sec. I'm gonna give it to you on Slack here. All right, here's Al, and where is Filebase DOL? Plugins. Okay. All right, I'll go ahead and take this file that I just sent you on Slack and download that for me.
Okay.
And then goes without saying, don't give this to anyone. Alright, let's see here. What's up? I'm on a stream.
Okay, I got scripts.
Alrighty. Okay, yep, so scripts. Alright, now, so what I want you to do is go ahead and delete your plugins folder. Just the DOL. Filebase DOL. Yep, delete that, and then go ahead and put scripts inside your plugins folder. Yep.
Okay.
Alrighty, and then go ahead and open Filebase. So hit the total key, good. And clear console for me. Nope. Alrighty.
Black boxes.
Yeah. Here, before you even get those black boxes here, I want to... And here, let me make this all bigger so the stream can hopefully see as well. We're going to go ahead and do... Okay, so looking inside of yours, go ahead and go into Core and open up Asset Manager. Just double click it. Yep. Alrighty, open that. Is that opening for you?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, good deal. Okay, so now go ahead and close that. And then you see that attach to Unity button at the top there? Click that. Yep. Attach to Unity, just that one. Okay, I'm not sure how it works on Mac, but maybe it works just out of the box. Go ahead and hit that play button at the top. Okay, I think that's working. Okay, good. All right, scroll down. Go to line 297. All right, inside here, go ahead and click right here where that dot is. Right here. Click next to the line 295.
Okay.
Do you see the yellow dot?
Yeah.
All right, click where the yellow dot is. Yep.
Yeah.
No, you're on the 295. Click where the yellow is.
Oh.
Yep, there you go. All right, now go ahead, go back into Unity and open Filebase. All right, let's get some black boxes. Boom. Okay, you got some null textures. So what we want to do here is hit F10 for me, or hit the, I believe it's F10. It should be. Is that a thing for Mac?
That's my audio.
Let me see. Oh, here you go. Here. Can you highlight your mouse over this? Just highlight it. What is this command here? No, here. Look at the top. Look at where I'm drawing. Highlight over that tool. Just highlight over it. Okay. And then the next one. What does it say? Okay. Step into. Do that one.
Step into?
Yep. Okay, and it's just telling us that this texture is going to be null. Step into. Okay, now we're back. All right, so now highlight over this texture keyword. I think Slack has the ability for me to also control. I'm not 100% sure. Okay, so check this out. So interesting. There is a Unity texture 2D there. Go ahead and step into again. Oh, okay, weird. Where did we do? Oh, sorry. Okay, hold on. Here, we got to restart. Go ahead and click here. Remove that breakpoint.
So what?
So click here. Remove the breakpoint. And add it on 296. Yep. Okay. Now go ahead and go back to Unity. Yep, and go ahead and close Filebase and redo it. Oh, here, go back into Visual Studio. Go ahead and stop playing over here. Yep. Okay, and then go ahead and hit play again. All right, now go back into Unity, open Filebase. Get those block boxes. All right, good. Go ahead and highlight over textures here. Okay, so drop that down. It is null. So drop down that arrow. There's an arrow box there. Right here. Right here. Nope. So highlight texture. And drop that down. Yep. Okay. Hold on. It's been destroyed and you're still trying to access it. Shit. Alex Moreno. What is causing that? Why? The object of type texture 2D has been destroyed, but you are still trying to access it. Shit. Let me see something here. Am I able to? Oh, no presenter controls. Interesting. Damn. Give me a sec. Let me think. Okay, let's step through this. Go ahead and click this one at the top.
Okay.
All right, and you're gonna do that until you get to right here.
So step into.
Yep. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. You're on the next log. Yep. Keep going. All right. Let's go ahead and stop. Yep. One more. All right. Stop here. Highlight over. Highlight over result. So highlight over the result there, the keyword result.
Oh, keyword result. Okay.
Okay, and drop it down. Is that null? Okay, that texture is null. Drop it down. And it says the texture has been destroyed. Okay, go ahead and click out. And highlight over this word, result. Drop that down. And still null as well. Damn it. Okay. So it thinks we are destroying that object. That is so weird. How do we run? Let me see. Here, keep that up. I'm Googling something real quickly. Can you go to texture null, drop it down again? I just want to see the error message. Result, go to drop down null. All right, let's see here. The object type has been destroyed, but you're still trying to access. Your script. Should either check if it's null or you should not destroy the object. call by an event. Let's see here. Let's see. This is the object of type has been destroyed by switch and access it. Wait methods. It's not even a, it is a missing reference exception. Okay. Hey, Al. Go ahead and hit this stop button here. Let's get the stack trace of this guy. Let's close that. And what I want you to do is just type debug.log right where you are right now.
Okay.
Yep, debug.log. And we're going to type no quotes, just system.io dot environment, I believe, dot environment. Just kidding, system.environment. Environment dot stack trace. Yeah. Alrighty. Save that. And then go ahead and hit this play button and add a breakpoint. Just keep it where it is. So hit that play button and then go ahead and get your block squares again. Go back into Unity. All right, it's running. Let's get block squares. Oh my god, dude, this error, this bug is ridiculous. Although this is the closest we at least know what's going on. Step one of fixing it. But man, what a pain in the ass. Come on, block squares. Yeah, go ahead and clear your console out. Tilde key. I hate how like inconsistent this error is.
Mm-hmm.
It's bullshit. You know what I think we can also possibly try? I'm thinking to test this, we can actually just create possibly like a white texture for it to at least get something appearing there. That would also help with some debugging stuff, but I don't know. Just thinking. Right now, I just want to see this black box. I want to see the stack trace because I'm hoping the stack trace will tell me the order of events that are happening with this thing becoming null and it gets assigned and it doesn't. Object is destroyed.
Come on. You were breaking pretty consistently for me.
Yeah, and we're on a call.
Hmm?
And we're on a call. I'm taking up all your bandwidth.
Yeah.
Man. What's it doing?
I got the kids streaming a movie right now. I got you streaming online, sharing a screen.
Just goes to show how how performant those textures are that we use for Filebase.
Yeah.
Because they're small, right? Aren't they like 30 kilobytes?
Yeah, they're real small.
Real tiny. Oh, hey. Come on, man. Damn. Where the hell are the null textures? Did that pop up or you did that? Oh.
No, it's just moving windows around.
Oh, this is beyond annoying.
Here, let me try closing Unity and opening it up again.
Oh.
Usually that's when it happens. Can I hit stop?
Yep. Yeah, and you don't need to do the breakpoint this time because I got the log there for the stack trace. See that? What's annoying is it recognizes that it's null. It reruns the operation. The rerun is null, but then the texture itself is not null. And then it's somehow, well, I guess it is and isn't. I don't know. It's interesting how it's behaving. And then it's upset that the texture was destroyed. Not sure what the hell is going on with that.
There we go.
Okay, sweet. Got it. Awesome.
Yeah, I just had to close it.
Okay, good. So let's do this. Go ahead and breakpoint, or go ahead and hit this button up here. Step into until you arrive at this ending bracket.
Okay.
So you're gonna hit it like 10 times. So we're getting the failed product info. We're hitting some logs. Yep. Make it restart when it's null till it works. You'll be some people will be restarting for the rest of their life.
Where do you want it to get to?
Right there. Hit one more. Yep. All right. Good. Go ahead and hover over that stack trace.
This right here?
Yep. Drop that down. Or go into the debug.log message. Or here, go ahead and select that line actually. Yeah, go ahead and select the line. Like just click on it. Yeah, there you go. Go to the debug.log and drop it down. Okay. Oh, that's just a logger. Click the line, see if it shows it. Like, yeah, get the whole thing highlighted if you can. Yeah, it's not adding it. Okay. Let's see. Highlight over stack trace again. Or system.environment. You can go over that one. Scroll down. Or get out of that. Re-highlight over environment. Okay, here we go. Oh, there it was. You had it a second ago. There you go. Drop that down.
Okay.
Okay. That stack trace, select that.
Stack, right, this right here?
Yeah, select it. Try and copy all that text. Yeah, hit Control C or Command C. There you go. Copy all that. And then go to heyspin.com or something like that and paste that for me.
Okay.
Or open up a notepad or something so we can read it. And actually, Al, go ahead and go back into Unity or the C# here and stop playing and let it fully finish loading. Okay, and then go to the console here. We can read it from here. Alrighty, there we go. Stay right there. Alright, so here, the stack trace, and yeah, go ahead and copy it from here. Like select all of that. Yeah, Control A. Yep, and copy that. That way it's formatted. And send that to me. You can send it to me on Slack. Thank you. All right, so let's see here. All right, network interface line 128 gets called. And we're doing a get image here. So go to network interface line 128. So open up your script and go into network interface. It's under interfaces and network interface. We're going to step through this and follow it. So go to line 128. All right, so basically it completed this successfully is what it's telling me. And then a move next on get featured products. So asset manager class, line 306. So line 306. All right, and then we instantly got there. So that sucks. That doesn't really tell us shit. Hold on. Unity synchronization context, Unity synchronization context, callback state. Let me see here. Invoke move next on that. Set results. Okay, hold on. Actually, there was a callback on system threading. Callback system object state system threading task because it was a threaded task. That's fine. And then async method builder core move next. Dude, it's literally saying that this thing functioned exactly perfectly. It's bullshit. Weird. And then let me see what your logs are. If you look here, it says false right there. Can you go ahead and uncollapse for a sec? And scroll up. Okay, so let's see, running failed task again. So here, so we identify that it's null, we run the failed task, and then here it's no longer false anymore, yet we stack up the stack, and then we send the stack trace, and then finally it's null again. So interestingly, you had 4 stack traces get print out here. Can you click on the top one? Click on that one. Yeah. And scroll all the way to the bottom for me. Oh, no, the stack trace. Stay where you are. Down here.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. So that one, once again, it ran fine. Just the network interface to the assets manager. Man. Go to the next one. Oh, here. Click on this top one here. Okay, same thing. Go to the next one. Yeah, they're all the same. And then what's that one that goes to 306? One of them went to 306. What was that?
This first one did, and the rest went to 307.
Okay, good. What's line 306? Go there.
306 is
Oh, okay. 307 is just the end line. Ah, man, dude. Network interfaces. No
There's another
issue.
stack trace here.
Yeah, good. That's because another product failed, so it recognizes. Actually, no, hold on. Let me see this actually. So scroll up to the very top.
Okay.
So on yours,
There's
ID
one
product
that runs
1.
4 times.
Yeah, and then here we have product 2, which is fall gateway, and then it does it one time. It's still null. Then it does it for product 6, and after product 6, it jumps to 14.
Yep. And then
Hold on, scroll up to the very top. Let me see again. I6. Okay, and then product 14, which is the Tanko 6. We run it again. It's no longer null, yet it still is. And then I39. Interesting.
42, 52, 63, 96.
Do you have Filebase up right now? Is it minimized?
Right here.
Yeah, weird. Scroll down for me. Yeah, it looks accurate. Shit. Man, why? Alright, let's try something here. I'm curious. Open up the script. And if it's null, we're going to go ahead and say line 304. You see how it says text I.texture equals result texture? Go ahead after that, put 2 equal signs.
After result texture?
Yep, so result.texture right before it, yep, put 2 equal signs, and you're going to say equals null, so null, and then question mark. Then you're going to say, go ahead and put space, and then you're going to go ahead and say new space texture. Yep, and open a parenthesis. And you're going to just put a 1-1, or 1, I mean. Gonna make a white texture here. All right, and then after the parentheses, put a colon, and then space result.texture, semicolon, and highlight over texture. What's it upset about? Texture is not going to take a construct that takes 2 arguments. Open up the parentheses for texture. Is there a tooltip? Retype that. Like delete the 1, and retype the parentheses.
Okay.
See what your tooltip says. No.
I think I told it.
It has 1 override though. How do you see that override? What the heck? Hold on, let me see something. see here. Oh, do new texture 2D. No, just put 2D on the top of it.
No.
Yep, and then parentheses. And then the size should be 1 by 1. All right, there we go. New texture 2D, otherwise result.texture. Okay, go ahead and save that, and let's try and get a white. Let's try and get a black square again. They should put like a white pixel on them. Curious to see if it would let us do a. Let's see. I don't know why those textures are getting destroyed. And it's saying the object of type texture 2D has been destroyed. I don't know why. Makes no sense why. Damn.
Let me try closing down Unity again and opening it back up.
Alrighty.
Does that work?
Yeah, this some get destroyed, but some don't. That's the problem. It doesn't make any sense. And then it recognizes that it wasn't null. Hey, move Filebase out so you can see your console.
Say what?
Just move Filebase to the right. I just want to make sure I can see your console. There you go. I just want to wait till you get one more black square, and then we'll let you go. I gotta think how we can. I gotta explore what could be causing things to destroy themselves. I don't know. Never seen this before.
Clearly it doesn't want to work now.
That doesn't want to break. Damn it.
Oh, there we go. Got the error.
All right. Let's see. Okay, so real quickly, highlight over this texture. All right, and drop it down. Just confirm. Let's see. Yeah, missing reference exception here. Give me 1 second here. Keep that up. All right, just add a reference to that. Okay, so then let's see. All right, go ahead and click. And go ahead and run to this debug. All right, so step in. Yeah, go ahead and you're gonna have to step in. So go ahead, do that until you get to there. Just keep stepping in. All right, and then stop after the task to run. All right, right there. All right, so right here, go ahead and highlight over task to run. What are you doing?
Oh, I'm sorry.
What are you doing?
Going down the task to run.
Oh, okay, no, you're good. You're good. It's already there. Hold on. Okay, yeah, go ahead and run it. Yeah, run it. Hold on. You're gonna have to get it back down there. So go ahead. Yeah, good thing there's more than one. Get it back down to there. Okay, stop. And one more. All right, and then here we're done touching that button. Okay, so go ahead and highlight over this task to run here.
Okay.
All right, and drop that down. There's a little arrow to the left. Okay. This ran to completion. No text. And the result, go to the result. And the result does have a texture. What the fuck? That makes no sense. Okay, hold on. So we successfully reran it and we got a texture. So now go ahead and click right here. All right. And go ahead and step in one more time. So up here. Okay. And now highlight your mouse over this. Over texture there.
Over what?
Highlight your mouse over texture. Yep. All right, that's null. And go ahead and move your mouse. Go ahead and move it. Click out. Yep. Okay. Go ahead and highlight it over result.texture. And drop that arrow down. Okay, and there is a texture there. So we reran the task. There is a texture. And let me see. Go ahead and click away. Let me see what else there is. So we reran the task and it has a texture. So theoretically, go ahead and hit this button here. When it stops and loads, you shouldn't see anything. It should look normal. You should have nothing failed. Yeah. Interesting. So you have white textures. What? And it knows that it's false because let's see, texture is null. Texture is not null because we assigned it a white texture. Dude, I don't understand. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. It has the proper texture. It is somehow getting lost or broken when we send it to that text-to-text 2D. Makes no sense. Just out of curiosity, just to confirm something, can you go back into your script here?
Yep.
And can you just type, go ahead and hit, on line 304, go above line 304, hit enter. Yep. And go ahead and just say if result.texture equals null. Yep, and then just debug.log result texture is null as well.
In quotes? Or?
Yep, in quotes. Result texture is null. I just want to make sure this is going to confirm that texture came back as positive. So let's go ahead and save it. Let's try and get a white square, black square again. makes no sense.
Weird.
Oh, you know what I realized too, Al?
What?
I am assigning, although I'm changing the value. I'm assigning it. Yeah, it's not false. Never mind. No, I don't. Fuck. No. Okay, it happened again. Oh. Looks like
Yep,
it, right? Okay.
happened.
All right, sweet. So let's go ahead here, and we're going to do a step to get right here.
Okay. So what line do we want to get to?
Inside the if statement.
Okay.
All right, go ahead. All right, and keep going. All right, stop.
Okay.
Damn it. Okay, now go ahead and highlight over result.texture there. Yeah. And drop it down. That texture is null. Now, before you do that, okay, now click out. Now highlight over result. Yeah, the top one. Yep. Drop that down. All right, that's also null. So on the rerun, it was null as well. Why? Okay, go ahead and step in again.
Oh, up here?
Yeah. Result texture is null. Let's get to the next one. Keep going. Yep. Let's see if it fails on all of them. Go ahead and hit this next one here. What's this one? Highlight over that one.
No.
Here, up here. What is that button? Yeah, okay. Hit that one. Yep. Go and hit it again. One more. Okay. So now we're on the tries. All right, so it's... Okay, so hold on. So highlight back over... Highlight over this results texture here.
Okay.
The result is null. Damn.
Could not find the member texture for result.
And then can you highlight over task I.value? Ideas 1, tasks I, and the value. And drop down that arrow. The result, go to that. All right, and then get a texture and drop that down. God damn it.
Right.
So it's still weird. So now it's like inconsistent. So last time it successfully grabbed a texture. This time it destroyed it. It's got to be something with that await method then. Something with asynchronous operations is destroying it. Something. Damn, this may be a threading issue. Go ahead and close out of that. And I want to see. Go ahead and hit the stop button here. Let Filebase load, let everything print out.
Alright.
Alrighty. And go to your console. I want to see if our if statement didn't get called where possibly it should have.
I don't got anything on the console.
Oh, here, you're hiding it, I think.
Oh.
Or, what the heck? Hit collapse. Oh, weird. It's not showing.
Yeah, it just didn't show.
Ah, damn it. Okay. Alrighty. Well, I think I've seen enough tests. I gotta look into what's causing some of these things to be destroyed from an await method. I think it might be a threading issue.
Okay.
So I'll check it out. But hey, thank you.
No, thank you.
Cool. All right, I'll talk to you later.
See ya.
So, shit. All right. Well, we're at 4 hours here fixing this problem. I think I have a closer idea of what's going on. It's definitely a giant pain in the ass. I don't know how something is getting destroyed from the async methods. That does not make sense to me. But it's happening. Man, I might need to set up a test scene and isolate that async method, because I don't understand why it gets destroyed. Maybe we have to add some delays in. I doubt it though. Dude, I don't understand it. It makes no sense why this is happening. Shit. Damn, guys, I gotta think about that. I don't know what could be destroying the object. Somewhere where we're referencing it has been destroyed. And it happens in the await, like after a task runs, right? Maybe we need to not dispose. I mean, so in a using statement, that textured result is not null. Like here, if the texture result If it's not null, let's get a representation of it. What is this? This is going to be ID. Alrighty, let's see. I just want to confirm something on this. Make sure that object actually is getting recognized. Successfully download. Let's go through this. So 102 calls, of which some were, like, for example, why? I don't know why this was for ID 0. Why was it downloaded 8 times? You know, we have some other weird issues going on here, clearly. It should not have been downloaded 8 times. But let me see here. Successfully downloaded image for 1, 2, where's 3? Like, oh shit, you know what? Huh. That could be a sync issue, like what Alex was talking about. 0, 1, 2, 3. I imagine these should be in order. You would think. I don't know, maybe not. I honestly don't know. Let me see here if I uncollapse these. It goes 0, 1, 2, 4, 19, 1. But why was that called again? Who triggered this? Here, let's get a stack trace every time this comes out. Oh damn. I'd say network interface get image, successfully downloaded image for 0, and here's the stack trace for image 0. We go to network interface line 118. That's where the stack trace occurred. Before that, everything that's going on before that. We're doing some threading callbacks. We execute tasks. So the task fully executed, and then it gets to 118. Doesn't look like anyone else is calling this. Doesn't tell me where this got called from though. Execute task. What's interesting is why this gets called so many times. I'm not 100% sure why it's doing that. Why would element 0 have to successfully download 8 times? That's gotta be a logic error. Because it looks like it's the highest number we see here, 1719. Huh. So it's downloading 20 images here for the front page, but it thinks it's doing 100 tasks, and it looks like it's 102 tasks. And nothing failed. Weird. Why does it do it 100 times? Oh, you know what? I believe it's doing it 100 times, possibly because it's grabbing, it might be indexing. So like, for example, I think that's what's happening here. On Filebase, for example, Subway has 1, but this doesn't explain why it does it 8 times. These ones don't have any. When they only have 1 preview icon. Weird. Versus it could be these things, right? So we have multiple things to preview. But shit. Excuse me. All right, let's see. 1 second. Here, let me see here. I'm talking to Sam Searet. Let's see. Let's see. Here, hold on. I want to see how many times this actually is running. Ah, look at that. We got all blacks. Sweet. Alright, hold on. Project, it's no. I want to minimize. Go away. Put it here. Alright, let's see what's going on here. Successfully down an image for 1. We get the stack trace. Successfully down for 0. And then where do we start failing? Okay, here we go. Weird. You guys see that? We actually never successfully downloaded all of them. The log message that should print out is failed to download. It's never getting called because we're never failing to download. It's always successful. We download successful, and then here we get to looping now. So we're done with tasks. The tasks are over. Looping through texture found null for I. Failed product details subway ceiling 01. It failed twice. We run the task again. We ran at 63, or we ran 63 failed tasks. Here, let me uncollapse so we can see this. And here we can go ahead and let's close Filebase so it stops running. Okay, so check this out. So successfully downloaded image for 1, 2. We get the stack traces successful. All right, still success, all success. Okay, so we get through all the success. Now we're here. And now we're looping through. So 297, we're looping through texture, found a null one, which makes no sense because it wasn't null when it got here. Subway ceiling 01 failed. We run that failed task again, and it's printing out just false here, which is actually interesting. Why is it doing that? Huh. That's interesting. You guys see how it's only printing out false? It's not printing out the actual message. Why is it doing that? That's weird. I don't know why that was doing that. Weird. I really don't know why this log is broken. 305. Just doesn't want to print that out. Okay. But regardless if that false is accurate, And then here it's null. Looping through texture found null for I0. That's the floor. We run the failed task, false again, so it's supposedly successfully reran. Text is null. Subway gate 01. So are we back to subway gate? Okay, I have a subway ceiling and subway floor, subway gate. Running failed task again. It's not null, but it is when it gets to text to text. It's ridiculous. Weird. It's something here. We access the master list. We access the parent, the textures, the featured product list, the current texture. Here we say current texture, so this is the texture 2D. So we grab the texture from our parent, which is like latest assets. I'm going into the latest assets textures, which is the product list of textures. I'm grabbing the texts, and I'm grabbing the first one. If where I is 0, and maybe it's however many, I don't know what that's doing, and then why I'm getting the ID, I'm not 100% sure on. Texture result ID equals text to text 2D. So current texture equals text to text 2D, and we pass in text texture, which is here, text texture. And it's null. And that seems to not be null when it gets here. And this log, for some reason, is not printing out. Damn. You know what's interesting actually? Why is this get texture result versus, what have I been doing? Hold on. That is a texture result. And then we have a class called get texture result. Why is this not texture 2D? If I go into get image, this is a normal texture, get texture result. I think I can cast this as a texture 2D, couldn't I? I mean, it's automatically downloading it seems, as a texture 2D. I have no idea. I think that confirms that nothing is actually wrong with this interface class here. It's getting called multiple times, which I'm not sure why, but it doesn't seem to be an issue. We definitely are getting a texture. And then once we get that texture, we check it again. And when we pass it in here, we grab it, we check if it's null. Shouldn't be null. And then here we set the textures, height, the pixels, we apply it. Weird. Yeah, fuck guys, really not sure. I may need to think about it. I'm sure if I take a break it will come to me. I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on. Oh god, 4.5 hours. Alrighty, well, we got further along. Kind of I can explore some issues with what could be destroying the objects. Somehow they are getting destroyed. We can see they're null. So that data from, or that data where it gets returned is clearly causing problems. So I'll check out some options. But alright guys, thanks for tuning in.